meeting is yours.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. This meeting of the Coventry Town Council is now called to order at 5:31. Roll call, Mrs. Ludwig? Ms. Ludwig?
Yes.
Mr. Shockley?
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc?
Yes.
Mrs. Lima?
Yes.
Mr. Marchant?
Here.
Mrs. Dixon? Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Mrs. Lima will lead us in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. You may be seated. I have a motion to recess into executive session for the following. Close pursuant to Rhode Island General Law 42465A1, a discussion of job performance, character, physical or mental health of a person or persons, specifically for the council to interview candidates for the Planning Commission. And close pursuant to Rhode Island General Law 42465A1 for discussion of job performance, character, physical or mental health of a person or persons, specifically for the council to interview potential moderator candidates for the financial town meeting to be held June 8th, 2021 at 7 p.m. via Zoom. Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Thank
I'll
you.
second Hillary's motion.
Thank you. Roll call vote. Ms. Ludwig?
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley?
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc?
Yes.
Ms. Lima?
Yes.
Mrs. Dixon? Yes. Okay. 5 yeas, no nays. The motion is approved. Council members, please access the Zoom link for the first executive session. Thank you.
Why does mine say Kristen Capo? Change it. You can change it going to participate.
No. I think I've got the wrong. Let's see. I'm not sure what meeting this is.
I hope I have the right meeting too.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I
They're all
don't.
in the right place. They're just in executive session still.
Okay, the town council meeting, correct?
Correct.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Well, hi, Ben.
Hello, Nick. How are you?
I'm just fine. I see Kerry McGee here, former president. My goodness.
Just an advisory to everyone. This meeting is live, being broadcast as well as being recorded.
Oh,
So
very good.
this meeting is ongoing after the council stepped out for the executive session. So
Are we in
Just as-
are we in open session right now, or?
you are. This is an open session meeting continuing to continue with the recording as required.
Oh, all right. Well, I'll be on my best behavior then, for sure.
I'll just sign off and
That's-
see you
I don't
all
know.
when the meeting starts.
I don't know. With this cast of characters, I'll do my best anyway. So.
Mr. Gorham, how are you doing?
I'm very well, Mr. President, doing just fine. Thank you. Are you enjoying your life outside of the Goldfish Bowl?
I have. I've really enjoyed it. It's been a while since I sat in on a Zoom meeting.
Yeah, I'm glad you're enjoying things after the council.
I am. Life goes on.
Yeah, that's right. It's the first thing you discover.
I didn't realize I had a life, with
Yeah. I gotta get some more light here. I can't see anything. There we go. So. I think the closed session ends at 6, I think. Yeah, that's what the, it doesn't say. Here we are. Yeah, 6 p.m. All right. Good.
Mr. Gorman, did you have the opportunity to go to Block Island?
Yeah, I went out a couple weeks ago. It was nice. It's still, nice and quiet this time of year. That will end very soon.
You've got some nice new roads out there.
Yes.
I was out there a couple weeks ago myself.
Yeah, I know. You've got several projects out there, don't you?
When I went out there was 5 projects going. I think they're pretty much all stopped now for the tourist season.
Is that right? Wow. 5? Well, when you went out?
Yes.
Wow.
Got some new water lines.
Yeah. No, the Old Town Road was really well done. That's the only one that I really use. And it was like a miniature superhighway.
I actually got to indulge in a breakfast at the airport diner. It was
Oh,
actually pretty good.
it's very good. Yeah. Like everything else out there, though, you can't eat out very often because
No.
it empties the wallet very quickly.
Yes, it does. Very relaxing out there.
Yeah, this time of year it really is. I mean, there's just no noise, nothing.
When does it really get busy? After them holiday weekend?
Really, the 4th of July.
Yeah.
This year they have this event called Tri-Sail. And it's a big organization that comes in with a huge sailboat race, and the place fills up. The whole place fills up, gets kind of crazy. I think Jimmy Buffett is supposed to visit the island this year.
Nice.
So it'll be pretty interesting.
Yeah. Do you have your parrot head hat all ready to go?
I like his music. He's good.
I do too.
Never really been a big fan. So
Yeah.
no, I don't have that kind of hat. You're right, though. That's what they wear, the parrot head hat.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember someone pointing out to me his yacht. His yacht would not fit through the channel into Great Salt Pond. So it was a ship, really, moored offshore from the island. Really something.
Must be tough to have that kind of money.
Yeah. Playing guitar and having a good time. We should be so lucky. No. Yeah, when you go out there in the winter, it's really, really quiet. Like you can just sit there for 8 hours and there's no noise. So you can really get a good night's sleep.
I mean, there's only several hundred people that stay there all year in the winter, isn't it?
Yeah, that might even be a little high. I mean,
Yeah.
This winter, I guess it was really busy. There was a lot of building going on, as I understood it, more than ever. And a lot of building supplies being trucked out over and over again on the ferry. Busiest year ever, I was told. So, yeah, we've got to get together this summer.
That would be nice.
As planned. Yeah, that would be nice.
My wife has yet to ever been to Block Island.
Really?
She's
Oh,
never been, no.
no, that would be nice. So,
Hi, Kerry.
How are you?
How
Nice to
are
see you.
You too.
It's been a while sitting on a Zoom meeting.
Yeah.
I know. Well, the governor just extended it or he's about to extend the Zoom order, the order that allows Zoom meetings to continue.
Now, how long do you think it'll be before the town of Coventry starts to have live council meetings again?
Well, here's the twist. Joanne was saying today, Joanne, you can chime in if I'm wrong, but she said that we've had far more attendance with the Zoom meetings than when we had them in person, if you count heads.
Yeah.
I'm not surprised, really. I mean, it's just so much more convenient.
Yes.
Yeah. So,
Is everyone on?
How are you, Madam President?
Well, look who's here. Hello. Okay, we are now reconvened in public session. Do I have a motion to adjourn from executive session?
I'll make a motion.
Okay. A second?
I'll second the motion.
Thank you. Roll call vote, Ms. Salmatrano?
Jennifer Ludwig,
Yes.
Jamie LeBlanc,
Yes.
Hillary Lima,
Yes.
Kimberly Shockley,
Yes.
Ann Dixon.
Yes. 5 yeas, no nays. This public meeting, I lost my Zoom. The members of the public, the council met in executive session for the following, closed pursuant to Rhode Island General Law 42465A1 on discussion of job performance, character, physical or mental health of a person or persons, specifically for the council to interview candidates for the planning commission. There were no votes taken. We also met closed pursuant to Rhode Island General Law 42465A1 for discussion of job performance, character, physical or mental health of a person or persons, specifically for the council to interview potential moderator candidates for the financial town meeting to be held June 8th, 2021 at 7 p.m. With respect to the moderator position, the council made a decision and will appoint a candidate this evening. May I have a motion to seal the minutes of the executive session?
So moved.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I'll second the motion.
Madam Clerk, roll call vote?
Jennifer Ludwig,
Yes.
Jamie LeBlanc,
Yes.
Hillary Lima,
Yes.
Kimberly Shockley,
Yes.
Ann Dixon.
Yes. 5 yeas, no nays. The motion is approved. Agenda item C2, the Coventry Public Schools presentation, reference pages 5 to 18. Mr. Levis, welcome to this meeting of the Coventry Town Council. We're anxious to hear about the vision for the graduate.
Thank you, Dr. Dixon and council members and other panelists. I'm going to be brief. I know we're going to do this and we promised in 10 minutes. What I want to do is introduce Julie Macarone and Kristen Capwell. Julie and Kristen are both residents of Coventry. They also were 1991 graduates of Coventry High School. Kristen was the valedictorian of that class. Julie is a social studies teacher and Kristen is an English language arts teacher at the high school. So I think when you look at, we talk about over 50% reside in Coventry.
Is anyone hearing an echo? We're hearing an echo this evening.
I think that's, if others could mute, it would be helpful probably.
That's better. Thank you.
So I just want to introduce them. They're going to discuss this vision of the graduate, which came out of our NEASC accreditation work, which they helped co-facilitate the work of our, which culminated in our visit last year. So I'll turn it over to them. I will mute, and we appreciate the opportunity. This is what's going to drive education in Coventry from pre-K to our 12+ for the foreseeable future. Which came out of our NEAS accreditation. Our coming reason last year. All in all, family will be appreciate the opportunity. This is what's going to try to change it in Coventry from K to our 12+ for the foreseeable.
I think Julie may be
Yeah.
frozen.
Frozen. So Kristen, do you mind taking over here?
Yep, yep.
Great. Do you have
Sure,
the
we're just wondering if
slideshow
you
that we
have the
forwarded?
slide.
Can we have,
Sure, we're just wondering if you.
can we have the host mute Julie? Oh, there we go.
Anyone who's on the panel right now, if you could just mute if you're not the speaker, that would be great.
Mr. Levis, do you have the slides that we sent?
Mr. Levis, do you have the slides that we sent? Mr. Levis, do you have the slides that we sent?
I will pull them up.
I think it's because they're sitting next to each other.
Yeah, let me try. Okay. All right. Let me try. Let's shut yours down. Yeah, let's try it. We'll try it this way. We'll try
No,
it this way.
that's exactly why it's doing that, because they're sitting and they both get their own connections. So yeah, go to a single, you'll be fine.
Julie, please,
Shut one
I
off.
shut one down,
Cut yours
so
off.
hopefully that'll help.
it's still showing.
I did.
Is it off?
Yeah, it's off, so it shouldn't. It's off, so. Yeah, it's off. Yep, it's off.
Yeah, you're going.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, so while we're
Mr. Levis,
waiting
are
for
you
the
pulling up,
slides,
Mr.
just-
Levis, are you pulling up the slide presentation? I think to move this presentation along, each member of the council does have a copy of the presentation. The public is not unfortunately able to see it. We can post this presentation on our website, and if the presentation does come up, we'll go through it. But Ms. Capwell and Ms. Capwell, would you please start the presentation for us? They're frozen.
Okay, we're just gonna. That we see it. Yeah, yeah, so
Okay, good.
can you hear us?
Yes, we can, and we can see the slides.
Okay, so the vision of the graduate came about when we started our NEASC visit 3 years ago. One of the foundations was to have a vision of the graduate that was going to really be the driving force for teaching and learning at Coventry High School. So what we did is we began looking at the vision of the graduate with the learner expectations and the core proficiencies that already existed at the high school. And as we began our work, we had two driving questions. One was, how do we ensure that our graduates are leaving with skills they need to succeed? And how can we authentically assess the components of our vision of the graduate?
So we use those 2 questions to form our graduate profile. So we're using our graduate profile at this time to define what it really means to be a graduate of Coventry Public Schools. And we really wanted this to be a reflection of not just a graduate of Coventry High School, but a graduate of all of Coventry Public Schools. So we went out and spoke with teachers from the elementary level, teachers from the middle school, and teachers from the high school to formulate this graduate profile. So we have 5 pieces of the graduate profile. The first is the reflective learner. We want students that set goals for their classes, career, and college, students that seek opportunities, students that seek feedback and revise their work, students that access resources, including career information aligned to their strengths and talents.
The next component of the graduate profile is the global citizen. Students who impact the community responsibly, show empathy, inclusion, and respect, seek cultural understanding, and embrace diversity of opinion.
Our third component was responsible individual. Students demonstrate choices that promote physical and emotional well-being, collaborate and compromise with others to own team outcomes, fulfill obligations and responsibilities on time, and adhere to school policies and procedures.
Okay, next we have a critical thinker who identify problems, find solutions, and analyze outcomes. Students who seek new knowledge, ask questions, and support claims with evidence.
And then finally, effective communicators. These would be students that read, write, and speak across multiple disciplines, engage with print and digital media while developing a responsible digital footprint, listen actively and provide feedback and input, and express ideas and knowledge through the arts. After we finished creating the graduate profile, we began to look at the mission statements within our district. We realized that many of the schools had their own mission statements, and wanting to unify all of Coventry Public Schools under our graduate profile, we, along with the district team, rewrote the mission statements of Coventry Public Schools. So our new mission statement is that the mission of Coventry Public Schools is to inspire, support, and challenge all students in an inclusive community to be critical thinkers, effective communicators, reflective learners, responsible individuals, and global citizens.
Okay. And from there, we created the visual that will be in all of our buildings, central office, the elementary schools, the middle school, and the high school. And this is what the vision of the graduate profile will look like. And the hope is that when students see it, they will recognize it as they progress through Coventry Public Schools. They will become familiar with all of the elements of the graduate profile and the expectations underneath them, as well as our mission statement. It's meant to be the driving force for our teaching and learning in our buildings.
Additionally, from this, what we're going to be doing, and actually you can kind of keep moving along with this, kind of alluded to some of that. What we're now doing with this is using it to guide our vision of the graduate defense. So we're currently working on this at the high school. So part of our graduation requirements, of course, is the graduate portfolio. So we're working on the requirements, and we're going to focus on the guiding question: how does a Coventry Public Schools student demonstrate progress towards an achievement of the vision of the graduate? How do these learner qualities demonstrate a student's readiness for the transition into life after high school and showcase their skills and passions? Our goal with this as well, once we have the defense at the high school set, our goal is then to move down to a mini defense in the 8th grade and a mini defense then in the elementary school in the 5th grade, and then maybe eventually in a lower grade, where students are defending their readiness to move from elementary school into the middle school, and then their readiness to move from the middle school into the high school, so that as students are progressing throughout Coventry Public Schools and then eventually ready to leave Coventry Public Schools, they'll have some practice working with the defense before they reach their senior year.
Yeah, another one of our goals is that the graduate profile will be used in the classroom. So part of daily lessons, part of the reflections that students are doing on their own work, as well as in the larger assessments, the applied learning tasks that we've already begun to develop at the high school, are assessing the elements of the graduate profile, so that it will become part of our school community from pre-K through 12.
And that would
be it. That's
I know we ran long.
Answer any questions, so we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, I'm going to ask members of the council if they have any questions for you. Mrs. Shockley.
Thank you both for coming tonight and presenting. And I'm wondering, so how does this look for a student who is planning on going directly to work after high school? How does it differ from a person who's going directly to college? Does it? I guess I'm kind of curious.
Our hope is that the graduate defense especially is going to be a presentation of their skills and passions. So whether you're going a more academic route and going on to college, or you're pursuing a career, and you'll be presenting that passion that you have and how those graduate profile elements are going to help you as you move forward into whatever your next step is. Okay, that is our hope. So there might be students who give a demonstration about their skills in automotive, or it might be a student who's talking about, how reading a certain piece of literature helped them to be an effective communicator. So we felt that there were many ways that students could show their growth in all components of the graduate profile.
And thank you. And then just one more question. You mentioned the NEASC accreditation, and this stemmed from that. So is this something that's expected from public schools? And could you just give a better explanation?
So when NEASC first came about, one of the requirements, one of their elements that they require is that you have a vision of the graduate. So when they first came, we actually were the first school to be evaluated according to the new NEASC standards. So obviously we did not have a vision of the graduate because it is a new element for them. So we're one of the first schools to have the vision of the graduate.
Right. And when we saw this, it was an opportunity not to just work on it for the high school, but to really have something that will unify Coventry public schools from pre-K through 12, that it was an opportunity for us as an educational community to make changes so that students will recognize this all the way up. It would not be something that's new when they walk through the high school doors as a ninth as vision of the graduate, and they say, what is that? The hope is that, this is something that's going to progress with them.
Okay, questions from other members of the council? Ms. Ludwig?
Thank you, President Dixon. Thank you very much for the presentation. Can you give us a few examples of what type of changes this might mean for us? So for example, I saw some of the things on the slide like global citizen, reflective learner, things like that. You can't necessarily easily track progress on a global citizen. You know what I mean? Like you can't test for that, right? So how would we maybe look at putting some changes in? Is this saying something like, a certain number of community service hours, or can you just give us an idea of an example? Were you able to hear me? I don't know if
I need to be focused. Ms. Chapel, can you give us?
We have created rubrics that assess all of the elements of the graduate profile. Yes. Yes. So one of the things we have done is created rubrics that assess all of the elements of the graduate profile. And so what we plan on doing is having students self-assess themselves once they come into high school, where they fall on that rubric, and then assess themselves at the end of the year or the middle of each year as they go along. So we also intend to have students or allow students to bring in some outside work, students that are involved in athletics, students who are involved in scouting activities. So these are not just things that take place within the school building. That students are more than just, students at school. That they have other aspects of their lives that can contribute to being a well-rounded individual.
Yeah. And students will have the opportunity to choose some of those things that they do outside, whether it be community service or maybe it's a job that they have that can show some of those learner qualities that, like you said, are not necessarily assessed in the actual classroom.
Our hope as well is to get students to start thinking about some of these elements of the graduate profile and start thinking about themselves as learners and as
Miss Capwell, we cannot, Miss
in
Capwell, we
those
cannot hear you too well.
We also at the high school right now are working on our ALTs,
applied learning tasks,
and are working on creating
Miss Capwell, can you hear us?
assessments for
We're
students,
hearing an echo.
creating
Miss Capwell?
assignments for students in which they can grow within these elements of the graduate profile.
Okay, Mrs. Lima, do you have a question?
No questions from me. Thank you very much for this work.
Okay, thank you. Mr. LeBlanc?
No questions. I do appreciate the work on the presentation, the work on the vision, the consistent message and mission. Also.
I have two questions. One, how is this vision introduced to the students and at what grade level? And number two, how is the vision being integrated into the curriculum and extracurricular activities?
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you.
We can't hear you very well.
Dr. Dixon, I can just, obviously, I'm not going to speak as eloquently as Kristen and
Our Wi-Fi.
but we have put in we've going to find the vision of the graduate coordinator that's going to assist pre-K to 12 with that work. It's being incorporated as we do in the curriculum cycle that Mr. Coward has spoken in front of the council on several occasions. But that vision of the graduate coordinator will be working throughout the district. It's not a full-time position, it's a part-time position. We felt strongly enough that we need to continue this work and make it operational throughout the district. So that work will begin this fall. And as you saw, we didn't share tonight, but you saw how they have the elementary version of the vision of the graduate, which is more using symbols and pictures. So they'll be carrying it out this fall.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Capwell and Mrs. Macaron, thank you so much.
I hope it's just starting with a rollout for students. So at the high school level, because we have the portfolio.
Ms. Capwell, we can't hear you. Perhaps you can come back to another meeting toward the end of the summer or the beginning of the fall and tell us more about the rollout. So right now, it's a little bit difficult for us to understand what you were saying. Mr. Levis, why don't we have another presentation and maybe if we can it will fall.
Perfect. We appreciate your time. Sorry about the technical difficulties, but I know you posted the presentation with the agenda, so we'll follow up with you in the fall. Thank you.
We do. Thank you so much. We appreciate all the time you're spending on this. Thank you. Okay, agenda item C3, the financial report for February 1st through February 28th, 2021. Miss Lisa Mills.
Hi, excuse me. Hi, Honorable Council. Attached is February's report. Represents 66% of the year. Revenues are higher than last year's at this point in time, and expenditures are as well. And I've noted that we received two, I should say, one-time items. The Federal CARES Act we received in February. That was under the prior Trump administration. And also another $619,000 from Wind Energy Development Settlement. I don't know if there's any questions, if you would like me to walk you through the report, or would you like?
This is the council's reference pages 19 to 24. Questions? Mrs. Shockley, did I see your hand up?
Yeah, I was just wondering, as far as deciding to add the COVID and WED money into the revenues, is it giving us a false number only because?
No, well, we received it, right? So we definitely want to report it to the town council. They're unusual items. And they're noted on the, you know, on the federal aid is highlighted separately.
Yep,
right?
nope, I'm just concerned when we say our revenue's higher this year than last year, when we're factoring in an additional close to $3 million that without, we would be under last year's numbers, right? It's not regular revenue, it's just something we're getting once.
Yes, that's why, yes, exactly.
Okay,
That's why I noted those two separate items there. So you would infer that conclusion, that we have an unusual $3 million of unusual income that we wouldn't receive normally, yes.
Members of the council, any other questions for Ms. Mills? Mrs. Lima?
Thank you. Just curious, is there a plan for, this is on page 24, for capital improvement, any use of that particularly before the end of the fiscal year? And I noticed we didn't use it last year. I'm just unfamiliar with the history and if there's a plan to use that before the end of the year.
Yes, there is. And I believe it's on this week's agenda, or today's agenda, for Elise, for several pieces of equipment for Kevin McGee.
I apologize. I thought there was a separate capital improvement and then for the town, and then there's a capital improvement for DPW. My apologies. I mixed that up.
No, they're one and the same.
Okay. Just want to make sure.
Okay.
And also in a future agenda, we will be discussing potential improvement projects for the use of the COVID money and or the WED money. We need to have that discussion among the members of the council, and we will do that very soon. Ms. Ludwig, question.
Yeah, so a couple things. Thank you for calling out, Director Mills, the 2.3 federal CARES funding and the $619K from the WED settlement. I remember at a past meeting, we had public comment stating, something to the effect of, we weren't highlighting COVID funding. And I think this shows that we regularly talk about this money. We call it out on financials. So thank you very much for the point here. Secondly, I did have two questions on the executive summary. So this is page 21 of 206 of my packet. There are two numbers that stand out to me that are higher than 100%. So I wondered if you could comment on those two numbers. So the first one is prior year collections. And this is under revenue, prior year collections.
Right.
So percentage of the budget is higher than the 100%. And then the other, I don't know if you know this, or I don't know if Mr. Levis is still on, but other school miscellaneous is higher than 100%. So can you comment on either or both of those?
Sure. We'll start with prior year collections. Traditionally, we have been receiving $300,000, a year on prior year collections, and it hasn't been budgeted. It's been budgeted in the past very conservatively. So the delta looks really large. So it looks like we're, clearly 163% of what's budgeted, but what's budgeted has been very conservative because it's been consistently I would say consistently 300,000 to 400,000 we've been collecting per year. So that's why the delta looks large. And the other one, it's actually the same explanation. In the past, miscellaneous income from the school, which includes grant money, includes Medicaid, other tuition revenue. Another item that has been in the past budgeted at a lower amount, and gosh, I want to say the last 2 years, it's been budgeted for $2 to $3 million, and it's come in 4 to 5. So again, that's been budgeted a little conservative than we've actually received. So it looks high, but it's and you can see to the right on the 2020, we were 108% the same time last year. So it's just been budgeted very conservatively, and for that particular department, and you never know 100% what you're going to get for tuition and grants. It's probably best to be budgeted conservatively. Does that make sense?
Thank you. So I understand budgeting conservatively for it. The only reason I'm kind of raising it though is these are the February financials. And
Right.
technically that was 2 months ago.
Right.
And to already be $800,000 or almost $800,000 over what we budgeted, it starts feeling like we're not being conservative anymore. It's almost like that's just a really high number to me.
I agree. I do agree, Miss Jen. If you look on the budget that we have put out, and that's why we did like 2 or 3 years out, you can actually see what was budgeted and what was brought in, and because of the actuals for 19 and 20, and they're much, much higher. Like amounts were budgeted for 2-3 million and 4 to 6 million came in. So we rely heavily on what the school department gives us for those numbers. I can't estimate Medicaid, excuse me, and grants. So that's the history there. I think this year we did budget a little as conservative. I think it was around the same number because I believe I tried to get as close as possible to what Mr. Levis's team had, because I'm not close to those numbers, so I have to somewhat rely on them. So I do agree with you to not to be so long-winded, but some of those numbers, I think we've cleaned up quite a bit in this year's current budget. We've been closer. That's why we have such an increase in revenue this year from prior years, is because we actually budgeted the numbers more realistically, right? But there are still a couple ones that are out there, like they're a little bit tough for me to budget, and that would be the school revenues. And so that's a big one, but I do agree it stands out.
Okay. I think that's it for right now, and maybe I can take some questions offline to the school side, just to better understand all the things that fit in that bucket. Thank you.
Mr. LeBlanc, question?
Yes, thank you. First, I just wanted to say thank you for having these financial updates. I've been asking for them, so I greatly appreciate them. I also appreciate the transparency. The questions I have, the first one, I'm looking at a $10.9 million surplus through February. I didn't know, do you do a forecast by chance of what you expect the year end to look like, Ms. Mills?
No, I did not do a forecast, but we are pretty much in line from prior years. So even actually we're down a little bit. If you look at it, if you take out the 3 million, we're at a 7 million surplus versus last year 11. The revenues for the real estate taxes seem to be right on line. Expenditures are a little high on DPW. They've had a lot of maintenance. They were clearly under budgeted in the past, so that we're keeping a close eye on that. But we're still in a surplus situation. I haven't done a formal projection, but as we speak today, we're in a surplus situation.
Okay. I appreciate that. I know this is through February, and we have 4 months to go. When do you expect that we'll get to see March and April? Do you have any deadlines on those?
Well, I'd like to get on the schedule. I believe I talked to the one of those town council meetings with the president of the town council. It was going to be the last meeting of the month. Because of all the budget changes, that kind of took a lot of my time.
Understood.
And we also have some IT, we're still working through, we're working through some IT issues with Keystone, on how all the payroll is still being booked and not in all the proper accounts right now. Because we broke them out by titles, so there's still some issues with that. And to get it 100% accurate, I want that cleaned up before I issue a report. So
I appreciate complete and accurate reporting, so I totally get it, Ms. Mills. The last thing I just want to comment on, I do know that there was a comment from last meeting. I agree that we do state the amount of COVID funds, but I believe the comment was more a discussion on how we're going to spend said funds. I still think that we certainly need to have that meeting. But that's all my comments and questions. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Mr. LeBlanc, yes, we do need to have that conversation, and we probably will be having it the second meeting in June. Okay. Mrs. Shockley, question.
Thank you. I like this hand raising feature. I'm wondering, because this looks like somewhat positive news for the town as a whole. So I want to see if I'm reading it correctly. So it looks as if we budgeted more revenue for the building inspector this year than last year, and we've already hit what we budgeted for. So is that because people are doing projects in their homes that require the building inspector to come? Is it because of the house sales? I just wasn't sure if anyone knows why that might be where it's at right now, the 227,295.
Well, I think it's a component of both being a very active market, but also it's a component from the, as I was discussing with Miss Jen, that I think in the past, maybe the revenue numbers weren't budgeted to, to some of, maybe as high as they should have been.
But we're still 20% higher than we were last year, $67,000 more this year than last year.
Yep.
So even without the budget amount, the actuals are quite a bit higher.
Yes, and we're almost at 100% as we stand in February, and we have a few months to go. So clearly an indication of the market, absolutely.
No, it's great to see. I've heard a lot of people are doing projects at their homes. We've all been stuck here for a while, even though we're getting out now. Yeah. And given that it's February, I'm guessing that's going to really grow as we get into the spring.
Yes.
So I was just wondering about that, and I appreciate it. Also, our housing aid is down. It's kind of cut in half from where we were last year at this time. Is that to do with the school capital?
That's to do with a school maintenance effort. Yep. That we're not, Town of Coventry has not been fulfilling the requirements for the maintenance. And because of that, I mean, I've actually talked to the administrative officer regarding the housing aid. We do have 439,000 waiting for us. All we have to do is submit an invoice, and that has not been done. So yes, it's a component of something that's outside our control over here at least my control. So yeah, maintenance. Some maintenance requirements either have not been spent or not been submitted. One of the two.
If there's anything the council can do to be of service on that, I would, if those invoices have been spent, like to know we're getting that money back.
Yes, I think we've had, I know I've talked to the town manager, Ben Marchand, and you could probably expand on a little bit. I know this has been an issue on several discussions and several emails with Mr. Levis. So I believe everyone's aware of it. I'm not sure what the next step is, but it certainly is a concern of mine, not just for this year, but for next year, because we're budgeting to receive $1 million, and I'm not sure if we're going to receive it if we're not doing the maintenance requirements. So,
okay, let me turn to Mr. Marchand. Any comments?
It's a difficult problem for the schools. They have said that because they were level funded, they didn't have the the money in the budget to do their maintenance. And I'm not sure that that passes the muster of the legal requirement. And they have been doing maintenance because their schools are in constant need of repair. So I don't know if it's just a matter that they're not submitting the invoices or if they're all planning to get that maintenance done in the next month or so. But we're working very closely with them to try to get this taken care of so the town doesn't lose out on its state housing aid.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Mills, I do have a question. You mentioned a couple of times about revenue from the Rhode settlement of about $600,000, and I thought that was supposed to be about a little over $800,000. So I'm curious about this gap between $600,000 and $800,000.
I can look into it for you. I actually did review the work, the agreements that came in with the money itself. This is the exact money that I saw as being the settlement amount. I don't know if there was a preliminary, but I can look into that for you to see if there's any additional funds coming.
I think Mr. Warzycha has a hand up. Mr. Warzycha.
Yes, ma'am. That came in two checks. There was an initial one of $180-some thousand, which was due on signing, and then the $600,000 came in upon completion of the process with the solar farm going in. So there is two payments, and they do equal $800,000 and change. So there is another one out there, Lisa.
Do you know what month?
I don't off the top of my head, but I can let you know tomorrow once I get back into my office.
Okay. All right, must be before my time.
Yes, it was before your time. Thank you. Any other questions by members of the council for Ms. Mills? Well, thank you very much, Ms. Mills. We're looking forward to your next monthly report at the end of June, at our second June meeting. Thank you so much. And if you feel that you want to give us a report every meeting, that's fine too.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. The next item is agenda C4, Administrative Officer Report, Mr. Warzycha.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Council President. Thank you, council members. Johnson's Pond situation continues to be one of the main issues for the past month. We continue to monitor and record daily water levels and flow rates on the South Branch of the Patuxent River. We continue to have conferences involving both Social Holdings LLC, the Town of Coventry, and Judge Landfill. The latest being last Thursday on May 20th, where all parties were in agreement that the temporary restraining order would stay in effect until May 27th, which is the day of our next conference involving this. The current level on the pond is at approximately 8 a.m. this morning, was 12 and 7/8 inches below the spillway crest. The measurement was taken by Bob Fairbanks, president of Fairbanks Engineering Corp., using a tripod-supported survey level. So this is an accurate reading on, exact accurate reading on where the level is. The flow rate at that time was also recorded at the USGS monitoring station on the South Branch of the Patuxent River, and that was recorded at 75 CFS, cubic feet per second. Both of these readings are outside the compliance with the limits set in the lease for the month of May, which calls for a flow rate of 60 CFS if the water level is more than 12 inches from the spillway. We continue to monitor the current situation, and the town will take whatever action are required and appropriate. We will continue to keep the citizens of Coventry advised on the current conditions and actions being taken by the town to the extent allowed under the current legal situation. So this is where we are on this. I wish I could give you more info on it, but that's what I feel comfortable with at this point. Does anyone, I can break this up and do the whole report, or if you have any questions on this, if someone would like to ask, you tell me which way you'd like me to do this.
It looks like Mrs. Shockley has a question. Mrs. Shockley.
Hey, I just have a couple of questions. So if they are under a restraining order to stick within the lease parameters and they don't do that, I know you mentioned that we will do whatever we legally are allowed to do. Can you give some examples of, because I guess my concern right now is I've heard from more than one person who has put a boat in the water and then has had damage to their watercraft, their very expensive watercraft, because the levels of the pond have changed.
I don't feel comfortable giving that, but Nick is online, and I'd rather have him give a limited on the legal opinion on what we can talk about, what we can't in that reference.
The typical remedy for the violation of a temporary or any restraining order issued by a court is contempt. And that's a decision that's made by the court that issued the injunctive relief. So that's the option.
Well, I just want to make it known that the water levels changing like this as we get into the summer is really impacting people financially. If the water levels are going down too far for people's boats to be able to not hit bottom.
The 12-inch limit is what's in play in May, and that's where they've been skirting that number. As of June 1st, that level goes to full spillway, and I think at that point they're going to have a little bit more difficulty in playing the game because they've got to maintain it at that level with a reduced flow of 40 CFS. So I think the conditions are going to be easier to maintain in another couple of days.
I don't mind expressing what Mr. Fairbanks reported to us just a few days ago, which was that at the rate that the Scotias were discharging water from the pond, even if you slowed down the CFS 60 CFS, it would take about 5.8 days to fill the pond, given this, and this was several days ago before the hot weather, but it would take 5.8 days to fill the pond to spillway level, which is what is contemplated in the lease for the month of June. So we're not, the Scotias who control flow, presumably within the parameters that are set by the lease, are very close to the edge. And at times, as Mr. Warzycha indicated, they are over the edge. So we have some remedies, and that's all I can say. All I can say. And I'm sorry about people whose boats were damaged. I can understand with the fluctuation levels engendered by the Scotia's regulation of flow rates and water levels. In some ways, I'm not surprised.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Warzycha, would you please continue on with your report?
Certainly. The Arnold Road landfill. We're currently working with Daniel Joyce from Balanced Rock Energy, the town's solar energy consulting company, to acquire the best offer for solar development on the former Arnold Road landfill site. A little background, as you may or may not be aware, the capping liner used on the site is from Watershed Geosynthetics LLC, a company located in Georgia. The material closure turf is a patented membrane system. The closure turf geosynthetic membrane provides an impenetrable landfill closing system and is considered the premium closing system for a variety of landfill applications. Watershed Geo, as part of the landfill capping solution, provided a warranty for the closure turf installation on the landfill site. Under the warranty, Watershed Geo reserves the right to void the closure turf warranty if a non-authorized solar installation company installs an unauthorized solar project on the closure turf. So if we let somebody go on there that isn't authorized by them, we could be we'll void the warranty and then be on the hook for an expensive repairs if any need to take place. To manage the risk, Watershed Geo is licensed and authorized Watershed Solar Development LLC as exclusive installer of solar photovoltaic modules on the closure turf project in the state of Rhode Island. So Watershed Solar Development is the only company that will monitor, they will guarantee the warranty on. So that's why we've been working with them based on that. And that's what our consulting company is working the best deal on that. We are nearing the end of negotiations for a proposal from Watershed Solar Development on a long-term lease for placing a solar project on top of the landfill location. Once we receive a last and final offer, all materials will be turned over to the town solicitor as well as the town attorney handling the landfill closing and capping, which is Joe Farside, for review before I bring this to the town council.
Any questions about is that for the landfill?
Yep, that'll do it.
Okay. Any questions for members of the council about the landfill? Ms. Ludwig?
Thank you, President Dixon. Mr. Warzycha, I know we had previously talked earlier this year about possible options to include in that lease that we're working on. And I believe what we had said was someone had, I'm sorry, I don't know who it was, somebody suggested we look into options for residents in the area or pricing in a way that we could kind of go through the state program.
Virtual net metering is what they call it. Unfortunately, at this point, the state has no capacity left, or the original authorization for that has been filled, and that is not available at this point. There's talk that they may open up more, but they haven't done it. So, I mean, if it happens prior to this coming in front of you, which I'd like to have in front of you for the next council session, if all goes well, I seriously doubt that would be available at that time. So that was one of my thoughts as well. Having spoken to them about that, anything we do on that would also reduce the amount of money that would be coming into the town on this lease. So there would be an offsetting effect by doing that on the revenue.
Okay. Mrs. Lehman, did you have your hand up?
I did, but I no longer have my question. Thank you.
Fine. All right, Mr. Warzycha, would you please continue with your report?
Certainly. The copier lease upgrade. That's the multifunction machines. All of our copiers / scanners / printers that are the big machines that are throughout town hall and all of the divisions. We've been working with a company called Innovex, which is a DBA of advanced business machines, and they've been our primary vendor for a number of years. We're currently in the 4th year of a 5-year lease with this company. They've approached me in reference to updating this lease now early, about 15 months in advance of its termination date. And by doing so, they're offering to come in, replace every one of the machines with an advanced upgraded machine, some cases a class or two above what we've currently got in those locations, as well as add a lot of different tech features that we don't currently have available to us, such as scan to OCR, data overwrite, stapleless finishing, which is pretty cool. It basically folds over the corner of the document instead of using staples, and several other different options that we no longer have. Our current cost on this lease is just over $4,000 a month, including we as part of the lease, we receive full maintenance, preventative maintenance, break fix, as well as all consumables, the toner, all of that gets covered under the one price lease, except if we go over the click count on the copies, especially on the color. So monthly, we usually end up, or quarterly, we end up getting an additional bill for those copies that are over and above what we've contracted for. So the proposal that's come in, and as I said, we're currently at $4,050 a month. They have come in with an offer to bring that price down to $35.13 a month, would include all of it, increase the click count so we wouldn't be getting those monthly bills, replace everything with brand spanking new, better tech, updated tech, at a cost savings of $6,450 a year over what we're currently paying, which is about a 13% reduction in our overall cost on this. The upside is they are on the MPA. So we don't need to go back out to bid. We can go right through the MPA purchase and just upgrade this lease. I'm going to have this program available to the council and the paperwork on this at our next council session. And I would have this ready to go so you can make a decision if you'd like to move forward with this. I recommend that we do. I've worked with them developing this. This is a great deal. It's a great price. Upgrading, as well as, like I said, all brand new machines, including a wide carriage system that we use in planning, which prints out by the 36-inch wide, unlimited length maps and all the things we do there. It's an extremely expensive machine. That's it's got 4 years on it. We've had a lot of prints through it, and we've had some breakdowns on it. So this would be a good upgrade to that one as well as all of these. So I think it's a very good deal, and I think it's cost effective for us with the savings to the town. So that'll be coming next meeting.
Mr. Warzycha, just how many copy machines do we have? And do we have copy machines in every single department for municipal government?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13 of the regular ones and one and that wide format machine as well. So yes, we have these in all the buildings. We have them in different locations. We've downsized some of these over the last couple of contracts to put them in more in line with the need and the usage that they receive. The upside of this is we're not buying toner, we're not paying for repairs, we're not doing cleanings. So this is a very cost-effective way to do it. We centralize the printing. And we could probably eliminate maybe like one printer out of town hall, make people walk a little bit further. But for the cost on this, and especially on the package, it's very cost-effective, and this reduction is going to make it even more so.
Mr. Warzycha, do employees have to use any kind of key code in order to use the copy machine?
We do not, because the system didn't have it. The new ones that we have, we will be installing, will have that capability, and we will be able to monitor that if we so desire to go that route.
Okay. So perhaps when you come back to us, you can give us your recommendation about what we should consider.
So like I said, I'm looking at bringing this in front of the council at the next meeting for ratification.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Questions about the copy machine contract by members of the council? Mrs. Shockley.
So just a question that an old boss of mine always used to ask when something sounded a bit too good. What aren't we asking that maybe we should?
No, this has been a long-term relationship that we've had with this vendor. This vendor has always worked hard to maintain and keep these contracts. These things sometimes can get competitive. They know that. The last contract we had basically we did a bidding war, and we brought them. We nickel and dime both companies that were finalists back and forth to get them down to the point. So they understand, and they're making an offer now. They'd rather avoid that, and they're making a good offer with a reduction to us.
Yeah. So do they just not want to maintain the machines we have anymore?
But that's always part of it. I mean, the older machines they're in there more. It's more expensive to repair them. They're constantly. We've got a couple of them because of the usage they've had and the number of copies made on them. They're breaking down quite often. So yeah, I mean, it's wise. Get them out, get the new ones in. It's the same thing with the vehicle lease program that you're looking at. Save on the maintenance. We've already prepaid when we do this contract. We're prepaying for all that maintenance. So they're losing money when these things are breaking down, and they got to keep sending manpower in. They're replacing parts. They're probably out of warranty on year 4. So they're paying for all of this stuff. So there's a financial incentive for them to offer a good deal and get these machines upgraded and out.
And when you said it's $3,513, that's a month?
Yes.
Copiers are expensive.
They are. I'll give you an example. That wide carriage format one, I don't know on this new one. I haven't finished looking up all of these prices, but the last one was almost $50,000 to do color scanning and color printing in that wide format. They're extremely. That's the biggest one that we have. The biggest expense that we have on all of these is that one, the one in planning. Well, like I said, that's the
Okay.
one that does the maps. That's 36 inches wide and does a continuous roll when it's printing. That's why you get these maps that we've got posted that are 5 and 6 feet long, 3 feet wide. That's what that produces in color, scans as well. So it's a very expensive machine.
Okay, we have a question from Mr. Marchand.
I was just going to add that I went through a similar process not too long ago in another community, and I saw the exact same thing happen where the new quotes to renew the lease came in way lower with all new equipment. Sometimes there's manufacturing incentives where they have a lot of new equipment that is just being produced with higher technology for less cost, and so we're reaping those benefits.
Thank you, Mr. Marchand. Any other questions from members of the council? Mr. Warzycha, do you have any other parts of your report that you'd like to present this evening?
I'll go over the wind turbine issue.
Yes.
I received the reports from Wind Energy. There have been no required shutdowns under the 30-hour rule for the shadow flicker, because the total flicker time is not anywhere approaching the 30 hours on that one site at this point of the year. It's still early. So I'm receiving the monitoring on that on a monthly basis and reviewing it with them as well. And there, at this point, like I said, there's been no required shutdowns to accomplish that 30-hour maximum.
Okay. Any questions by members of the council about that monitoring report? Ms. Ludwig.
Thank you, President Dixon. So, Mr. Warzycha, we had talked, I think it was 2 months ago, about the actual box itself, the monitoring box. I can't remember the name of it, but it was something that at the time we said we were going to, I guess, work with a third party to make sure that the monitoring itself was not being done by the producer of the flicker. What is the latest on that?
I have not gotten to that to get that monitored by a third party. It's on my list. I haven't finalized that, but if that's still the desire of the council, then I will get that in play and get it finalized.
I mean, I don't know if we need to reach a consensus, President Dixon, but I would say it is a priority to make sure that someone who has no interest in whether or not the flicker is there to monitor that, considering the pleas we've heard from residents about the problem with the flicker. So
the flicker by the ordinance, Councilwoman, is 30 hours, and anything over a combined of 30 hours. So this is monitoring it, and you've got to print out on this. I will contact Epsilon tomorrow and see if they would be interested in monitoring this for us. And I will get back to the council at the next meeting on that.
Okay, I think it's a good idea to pursue that. We have talked about it two or three times in the past about a third-party vendor doing this monitoring for us. So we look forward to your recommendations on that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions, Mr. LeBlanc?
I would just like to second Member Ludwig's comment. I think it's extremely important to have an independent party monitoring that, not the person who owns the turbine, or I should say, put them up at least. Just want to make the comment. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Mr. Warzycha, does that conclude your report?
That concludes my report for this month. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you so much. Look forward to seeing you at the end of next month for a presentation.
Thank you.
We're at agenda C5, proclamations recognizing former town council members. The town council greatly appreciates the service of 4 people who have served our community as town council members. Each will receive a proclamation that looks something like this. It will be in color and suitably put in a very nice red folder and sent to each of the council members. We have a proclamation for Mr. Kerry McGee, Mr. Gregory Laboissonniere, Mr. Gary Cote, and Ms. Debra Bacon. Each proclamation reads exactly the same. The only difference is the name of the person and the dates of service. So I will read each one. This is a proclamation presented to Mr. McGee. Mr. McGee, hello, how are you? You're on mute, Mr. McGee.
Good. How are you, Madam President? Thank you.
We're doing very well. We miss you. Whereas Mr. McGee has served with dedication the Town of Coventry as Town Council member from District 3 from November 2010 to November 2016, and Council President from 2016 to 2020. And whereas he will be missed by all for his care and commitment to the citizens of the community. Now wherefore, the Town Council, on behalf of the Town of Coventry, expresses its sincere appreciation and gratitude to Town Council member Kerry McGee for his service to the Town of Coventry. And it will be signed by the President and by the Town Clerk. Thank you so much, Mr. McGee, and this will be in the mail for you.
Thank you very much, Madam President.
Have you enjoyed your retirement?
I have. And I just want to, can I say a couple of words if I could?
Please do.
I do want to thank Madam President, Madam Vice President, and the rest of the council, and also Mr. Manager. I have not had a chance to meet you, but welcome aboard. I appreciate your recognition of my 10 years of service to the town. I thank you. I would be remiss if I didn't mention that the town managers that I've worked with in the past and the interim town manager was certainly a big help to this council. I take pride in that this councils that I've had the opportunity to work with did not shy away from any of the tough decisions being made. And so I would also like to thank the former town councils that I worked with. It was a pleasure working with all of them. We had some difficult times, but we managed. And I also wish this new council the best of luck in keeping Coventry moving forward in the future. Once again, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. McGee. And thank you for joining us this evening. We greatly appreciate it. The next presentation or proclamation is to Gregory Laboissonniere. Whereas Mr. Laboissonniere has served with dedication to the Town of Coventry as Town Council member from District 2 from November 2004 to November 2006, and from 2012 to 2018, and Council Vice President from 2018 to 2020. And whereas he will be missed by all for his care and commitment to the citizens of the community, now wherefore the Town Council, on behalf of the Town of Coventry, express its sincere appreciation and gratitude to Town Council member Gregory Laboissonniere for his service to the Town of Coventry. In testimony whereof, I have therefore or thereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the Town of the town to be affixed this 24th day of May 2021. So thank you, Mr. Laboissonniere. I don't see you on Zoom with us, but we greatly appreciate the time that you've spent with us and leading your community. The next proclamation is presented to Gary P. Cote. Whereas Mr. Cote has served with dedication to the Town of Coventry as Town Council member from District 4 from November 2010 to November 2012, Council President from 2012 to 2014, and council member from 2018 to 2020. And whereas he will be missed by all for his care and commitment to the citizens of the community. Now therefore, the Town Council, on behalf of the Town of Coventry, express its sincere appreciation and gratitude to Town Council member Gary P. Cote for his service to the Town of Coventry. Thank you, Mr. Cote. We appreciate all the service that you have provided us through the many years. The fourth proclamation is presented to Debra L. Bacon. Whereas Mrs. Bacon has served with dedication to the Town of Coventry as Town Council member from District 5 from November 2016 to November 2020, and whereas she will be missed by all for her care and commitment to the citizens of the community. Now therefore, the Town Council, on behalf of the Town of Coventry, express its sincere appreciation and gratitude to Town Council member Debra L. Bacon for her service to the Town of Coventry. In testimony thereof, I hereunto set my hand and cause the seal of the town to be affixed this 24th day of May 2021. Thank you very much, Mrs. Bacon. Each person will receive the proclamation and also a plaque, and it will be delivered to the home of the council, the former council member. Thank you so much. All right, we're moving on to agenda D1. Madam Clerk, please read the agenda item, reference pages 25 to 97.
Approval of solid waste and recycling service agreement between Rhode Island Resource Recovery Corporation and the Town of Coventry. The term of this agreement shall commence on the date of the municipal execution, signing, or July 1st, 2021, whichever is the latter, and end on June 30th, 2023, unless sooner terminated or extended as provided. The municipal disposable fee will be $47 per ton in fiscal year 2022. The one-year period from July 1st, 2021 through June 20th, 2022, and a $54 per ton in fiscal year 2023. The one-year period from July 1st, 2022 through June 30th, 2023.
Thank you. May I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Thank you, Ms. Ludwig. May I have a second?
I'll second the motion.
Thank you. Mr. McGee, are you on to discuss this? I don't see him. Mr. Marchant, any?
He is on vacation. He is excused this evening, so I'll handle any questions you have.
Yes.
But this is a renewal from Rhode Island Resource and Recovery Center for our ability to transfer our waste to the landfill. And they pretty much dictate the terms, and we have the opportunity to accept them tonight.
You have an opportunity to accept. Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion, questions by members of the council? Mrs. Lima.
This is my first time seeing one of these contracts before, or agreement rather. Is there anything different in this agreement from the previous one that we should be aware of? Or is it just pretty much copy paste with different pricing due to the increase in residents?
It's consistent with the trends that the costs go up and our maximum disposal rate goes down, and we pay a higher fee for going over that limit. And so it's more expensive to the town, but like I said, the state sets it and everyone just has to follow it.
Other questions by members of the council? Ms. Ludwig.
So, Mr. Marchant, when you said the state sets it, is this the only landfill that we are able to go through?
Yes.
Okay, and just to check here, do you happen to know what the prior year costs were on a per ton basis? It looks like the new cost would be 47 and 54 for the per ton for future years. Do you know what the current rate is?
No, I don't.
Okay.
It's less, but I don't know how much less. Probably only a few dollars.
Other questions by members of the council? Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. No more questions. Madam Clerk, roll call vote, please.
Jennifer Ludwig.
I don't quite understand what we're voting on, considering there's no negotiation. We're not given any ability to choose another facility. But in the spirit of moving things forward, I will say yay.
We're approving the contract as it is listed in agenda item D1.
Exactly, and I don't think we have a choice here. So I don't know why we're taking a vote, but for formal purposes, I understand why it's put forward. So yes.
Jamie LeBlanc.
Yes, and I will second Member Ludwig's comments.
Hillary Lima.
Yes.
Kimberly Shockley.
As the rest of the group. Lack of understanding, but yes.
Ann Dixon.
Yes. Mr. Gorham, there is a question here about us voting for this contract. Could you please give us a little more clarity? I know we've already voted, but just give us.
I think the council members have, and the town manager have quite eloquently stated the lack of choice. This is the almighty state. through a quasi public corporation, basically exercising its right of extortion over municipalities. And, you know, why mince words? That's really what's happened. There is no other place to dispose of waste. The central landfill in Johnston is the one and only place, for at least for this part of the state. I'm not aware of any other anyway, but we are required by law to bring our waste there and to pay these fees. So I think that completes the circle. I thought the comments were extremely insightful and accurate.
Can I just ask a quick question? And I don't know if you know this, Mr. Marchant, but how many tons of garbage do we dispose of a year?
I can look that up for you.
Really just to have a better understanding as we try to explain to people that costs go up, how much this few dollars a ton might really impact us.
Point of information, Councilmember Shockley, I believe on page 96 of our packet, they
Was it there?
outline in those charts. I think that might be the information you're looking for. Also, it's in the submission from DPW's office on 94, I believe.
Yes, that's
Great,
it.
thank you.
Yep.
Well, that
Appreciate
shows
it.
our recycling trends
Yeah. Solid waste
versus
is
the
that what we're
disposed
looking for?
tons. Yeah.
Okay.
I would like Mr. McGee to come to a future meeting because the goals that are listed on page 97 are very familiar to the goals that we see every year. And I would like to get some indication of how well we are able to reach these goals. Some of the goals are not actually quantifiable. So I think at a future meeting, perhaps he can come and talk a little bit more about the goals and what is being done by DPW in order to reach these goals. So I'll just make a note to have him come at a future meeting.
Madam President, if you could for that as well, I think it was budgeted for the coming year for a recycling coordinator of sorts.
Yes.
That was new, so if we could hear more about what's intended for that position, you know, as it relates to this and these goals, that would be great.
I believe there is a recycling coordinator already on the staff. Isn't that correct, Mr. Marchant?
Yes, there is.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure if that was new.
Okay. All right. Good questions. We'll proceed along with E1 licenses. Madam Clerk, please read E1. We have 5 licenses to go through.
Application for 60-day Horka license, S&T Fireworks, Shane Rakowski, to be located at 792 Tioga Avenue, as per Coventry Code 183-4, June 25th, 2021 to July 5th, 2021.
Thank you. Mr. Marchant, any comments about this application for a hooker's license E1? Reference pages 99 to 100.
No concerns. They've met the requirements as approved by police and the zoning officer.
Thank you. Are there any questions by members of the council? Ms. Ludwig?
On the application, it says the applicant has a valid retail sales permit, and I noticed that was on the next agenda item as well. Can you just, I don't know if Mr. Marchant can confirm, what does retail sales permit mean? From their home state? Or where did they get a retail sales permit?
Joanne, can you answer that?
From the state of Rhode Island.
That's what I thought.
Okay. And then I just have another question on this particular one. So at 792 Tioga, I'm assuming S&T Fireworks still has to speak with the owner of 792 Tioga to sell the fireworks on that plot, right? Because to my knowledge, it's an undeveloped spot of land.
It's a vacant lot, yes.
The vacant, yeah, vacant lot. So, and it's similar
between them and the property owner.
Okay, and it's similar for the second application that lists an address, but it seems as though it's a vacant lot again. So we leave that up to them to discuss with the property owner.
Yes.
Okay. I don't think I have any other questions. Thank you.
Okay, may I have a motion for the application for the 60-day hawker license for S&T fireworks?
Make a motion.
Thank you. May I have a second?
I'll second.
So, LeBlanc, any additional questions? All right, Madam Clerk, roll call vote, please, for E1.
Jennifer Ludwig,
Yes.
Jamie LeBlanc,
Yes.
Hillary Lima,
Yes.
Kimberly Shockley,
Yes.
Ann Dixon.
Yes, 5 yeas, no nays. The motion passes. Madam Clerk, please read E2.
Application for a 60-day hawker license, Keystone Novelties Distributors LLC, John F. May, to be located at 6 Reservoir Road as per Coventry Code 183-4, June 23rd, 2021 to July 5th, 2021.
Thank you. Mr. Marchand, any comments on the applicant for E2?
The conditions are the same. It's been reviewed by the police and zoning director, and there are no concerns.
Any members of the council have any questions?
Just for curiosity, and it's curiosity on both of them. It's a 60-day hawker license. They've both opted to utilize 10 days in their application. Are they locked into that 10 days, even though it's a 60-day?
I believe it's so.
Yeah, they're asking for the license for the time that they've given.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure because it is in fact a temporary 60-day license. I wasn't positive.
May I have a motion for agenda item E2, 60-day hawker's license for Keystone Novelties?
So moved.
Thank you. May I have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Any additional discussion? Roll call vote, Madam Clerk?
Jennifer Ludwig,
Yes.
Jamie LeBlanc,
Yes.
Hillary Lima,
Yes.
Kimberly Shockley,
Yes.
Ann Dixon.
Yes, 5 yeas, no nays. The motion passes. Madam Clerk, please read agenda item E3, reference pages 103 to 104.
Application for fireworks license on July 4th by Johnson's Pond Civic Association, John Juicy, to be located at 3 Osprey Drive, July 4th, 2021, 9 p.m., rain date July 5th, 2021, as per Coventry Code 169-5, Big G.
Thank you. Mr. Marchand, any questions or any comments?
This is the annual fireworks display that the Johnson Pond Civic Association puts on. They asked to get the town council's approval earlier in the year so they have more time to market it, get sponsors, and get the word out. But their application is pending with the State Fire Marshal's office, and this approval would be contingent upon the local fire marshal's approval.
Okay, thank you. Council members, any questions for agenda item E3? May I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Thank you, Ms. Ludwig. May I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Any additional comments?
Yes.
Ms. Ludwig?
So, Mr. Marchand, thank you for confirming that our approval would be contingent on receiving the fire marshal approval. That would be the only concern from my side, is just making sure that we're, in compliance with whatever, fire marshal type of approvals we need. So thank you.
Additional questions or comments? Okay, roll call vote, Madam Clerk.
Jennifer Ludwig,
Yes.
Jamie LeBlanc,
Yes.
Hillary Lima,
Yes.
Kimberly Shockley,
Yes.
Ann Dixon.
Yes, 5 yeas, no nays. The motion passes. Agenda item C4, Madam Clerk, please read the item.
There are 2 typos in this agenda item. So I'm going to read them with the correction. Application for exhibition and performances license as per Coventry Code 196-1. Step in Time Dance Academy LLC, 113 Tyoke Avenue, outdoor event, children's theater performance on, it should just say June 19, take out the July there, 2021, and then July 9, 2021 through July 11, 2021. And then the first date is Saturday, it should say June 19th, afternoon, 7 p.m. showtime. Friday, July 9th, evening, 7 p.m. showtime. Saturday, July 10th, afternoon, 12:30 p.m. showtime. Saturday, July 10th, evening, 7 p.m. showtime. Sunday, July 11th, afternoon, 12:30 p.m. showtime.
Mr. This is reference pages 105 to 109. Mr. Marchant, any questions or any comments?
No, again, the police and zoning officer have reviewed the application and they do not have any concerns.
Thank you. Council members, any questions? Okay, may I have a motion for the corrected, corrected item as corrected by our clerk?
Make a motion.
Thank you. May I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Additional discussion? Madam Clerk, roll call vote.
Jennifer Ludwig,
Yes.
Jamie LeBlanc,
Yes.
Hillary Lima,
Yes.
Kimberly Shockley,
Yes.
Ann Dixon.
Yes. 5 yeas, no nays. The motion passes. Madam Clerk, please read item E5.
Application for a new victualling license as per Coventry Code 153-3. Crispy's Incorporated, doing business as Crispy's, 1026 Tyoke Avenue. And also, the council members have also received a copy of the planning zoning recommendation, was emailed later in the day today.
Mr. Marchant, any comments on this item for Crispy's, item E5?
Sure, the police have reviewed it and they have no concerns with the issuance of this license. However, the license will not be issued without a positive recommendation from the Director of Planning and Zoning.
Mr. Marchant, when would that be expected?
I'm not sure what the status is. I'll have to check with Director Crossman.
I'm sorry. He emailed it to me today and I emailed it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I thought that was pretty good.
Oh, I have not seen it. So I didn't get that email.
Okay, that is the email that the clerk sent out this afternoon, I believe. Is that correct?
It only went to the council members. I
Just-
see that Mr. Marchant is on.
That's why I don't know.
Yeah, sorry.
This is to Ms. Armatrano from Mr. Crossman dated May 21st, 2021. And it says, we have not received any complaints about this business and there are no planning or zoning related issues that would arise if this issue was approved. The Department of Planning and Development has no objections to the issuance of this license. Okay.
President Dixon,
Yes.
I'm sorry, but I don't know what Crispy's is. Would it be okay if, I think the business owner is on with us? Could they please describe the business?
Certainly. Will the person representing Crispy's just unmute and just tell us a little bit more about your business?
Hello, can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Please identify yourself and your address, please.
Excellent. My mother, Anna Voyatsis, will be the owner of Crispy's. My name is Phyllis Gertzio, so I'm speaking on her behalf. I'm her daughter. She also is the owner of Coventry Plaza, where Crispy's will be opening up at 1026 Tyoke Ave. So Crispy's is a fast food concept that will offer burgers, fried chicken, seafood, as well as ice cream as well. There's already an established drive-through at the space that we'll be utilizing, and yeah, that's about it.
Thank you. Any other questions for the representative from Crispy's?
When was she hoping to open?
Hopefully by September. That might be a little bit of an aggressive goal, but we would like to have it open before the end of the year.
And is this part of any chain that's just not local, or is this an individual?
It's an individual. She actually owns several restaurants in South Carolina and North Carolina. This would be restaurant number 13 for her.
Okay, so established. Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions by members of the council?
Yes.
Ms. Ludwig?
So this is just the application for the victualling license, but there's still going to be other checkouts needed, you know, if it's going to be fast food, like for grease traps and that sort of thing, right? For building inspections?
Yes, ma'am. If I could comment there. We did a massive renovation at the property. It's a plaza, and we have already installed a 2,000 pound grease trap at the back of the building that will service 2 restaurants. One is already in existence, and this will be the second. So right now it's just an empty white, 4 walls. So we have to build out the entire restaurant. And of course we do have some plans, obviously, to accept bids for the electrical inspection, obviously the plumbing work and plumbing inspection, as well as the general construction of Coventry. So we are really well aware of the processes needed to move forward. We just wanted to present this before the board and make sure there were no issues on your end.
I know that there's, I think, a couple of spots in that plaza that are vacant right now. So, welcome aboard.
Thank you very much. We're looking forward to doing business in Coventry.
And we're looking forward to having you with us. We will come visit often. Thank you.
Please do. Thank you.
Okay, may I have a motion for item E5?
I'll make the motion.
Thank you. May I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Additional discussion? Okay, roll call vote, Madam Clerk?
Jennifer Ludwig,
Yes.
Jamie LeBlanc,
Yes.
Hillary Lima,
Yes.
Kimberly Shockley,
Yes.
Ann Dixon.
Yes, 5 yeas, no nay. The motion passes. I notice that there is a representative from Step in Time. If she would like to speak and just tell us a little bit more about the dance recitals, we'd be happy to hear a little bit more about it. I know this is an annual event. Is a person from Step in Time available?
Yes, I'm here. Hello.
Hello, how are you? You in your car?
I am. I'm sorry.
No, no. Be careful. Introduce yourself and tell us just a little bit about the recitals that you are having, the performances.
So my name is Brianna Santi, and I am the owner of Step in Time Dance Academy in Coventry, Ontario. We do children's performances from ages 2 to 18. Our first performance is our yearly recital. Because of COVID, we decided that we would build our own stage and put everything outdoors so the kids still had a chance to perform. So we made our own stage. We did a show back in October where we performed Addams Family. And then in June, we'll have our recital. And then because we're a dance and theater performance space or studio, we'll be doing Into the Woods in July.
Good, thank you. And we all have on page 108 of 206 of our packet, a diagram of how you're going to, where the performance area will be located and where there'll be parking and the traffic flow through. So that was very good. We appreciate that graphic for us. Thank you.
No problem.
So good luck to you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, I see someone from Lake House. Mr. Marchand, gentleman from Lake House. Hello, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Are you representing someone for a license? at this time?
No, I am the owner of the lake house. Basically, I'm just acquiring the business from the previous owner, and we're transferring the liquor license.
Okay. All right, we will get back to you. We have to open public hearing, and then we'll call upon you to give us a little more information. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. All right. Let's see, we've covered everyone here. Okay, Madam Clerk, please read the resolution for item F1, reference pages 98 to 100.
Resolution awarding a contract for the municipal government fleet to own program to First Capital Equipment Lease Corp. P.O. Box 1018, 32 Wolf Hill, East Sandwich, Mass. 02537 in the amount not to exceed $1,175,000, 7 yearly payments of $178,468.30 at a rate of 1.957%. This award will be funded through the Capital Improvement Program funding.
Thank you. Mr. Marshall, would you please speak to this resolution for us?
Yeah, so this item is approving the town to open a line of credit, if you will, with First Capital Equipment Leasing Corporation. This is to fund the purchase of large equipment like dump trucks and excavators and things that are much larger, and typically you don't fund like a small car or truck where you pay all the cash up front for the total purchase. This allows us to spread that cost of acquisition out over several years for these pieces of equipment. And for all intents and purposes, the town owns them, maintains them. They'll be under warranty. But this right here is just to approve the line of credit. This isn't actually to purchase the vehicles. That will come later after we go through the bidding process to purchase the vehicles that we wish to use this tool to spread the costs out on a yearly lease basis.
Okay, question for Mr. LeBlanc.
It's a question either for Mr. Marchant or Mr. Gorham. On the resolution itself, it says this award will be funded through the Capital Improvement Program funding. So correct me if I'm wrong, but our budget for 21-22 has 0 for capital improvement. So do we need to have multiple sources just in case our budget is 0?
So for the 2021-22 budget, we did budget this in the Public Works line item for capital in the operating budget. So it is funded, and it wasn't part of the 500,000 CIP that was cut.
So do we need to specify that's coming out of the Public Works budget on the resolution? Just
I would say that doesn't need to be part of the motion. That was just informational, and you don't need to specify.
Okay.
I just want to reiterate that if we were to approve this resolution, it does not commit us to purchasing or leasing any vehicles. Is that correct?
Correct.
And does it commit us to using this particular lease program, or could we maybe come back and maybe Mr. McGee tells us maybe there's a better program available?
Yeah, if you can get better than 1.957% financing, go for it. But this is a pretty good deal.
Okay, so we're not committed to the leasing program or to the purchase of vehicles. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right, Ms. Ludwig, question?
So, this is for Mr. Marchant. So this is the first time we're doing something like this, right, with a leasing program?
Yes. As far as I know, I haven't been here with the history to know if it was tried in the past.
I don't think we have. Can you just describe some of the benefits to this style of program? Because I have heard from some people that they're not clear on why leasing vehicles would be better than outright buying the new vehicles in a DPW site.
So in this case, we're talking about the purchase of a large dump truck or an excavator that's going to cost $200,000 or $300,000. This isn't your typical pickup or small car. And because of that price tag, it's really a financing program more than a lease. It's not like your typical car dealership where you go get a lease and you turn it over in 5 years and they hold the title the whole time. We get the title, we own the equipment, and we're just making payments year to year so that we're spreading out that cost over multiple budget years and saving the town the cash rather than putting out the $1,175,000 all in 1 year.
Can I just add something to that, just so people understand that this is a capital lease versus an operating lease. An operating lease, we would not hold title to it at the end of the term. This is a capital lease. We would own title to those it's 1, 2, 3, 6, 7 pieces of equipment.
Okay. I see 2 hands up, Mr. LeBlanc.
Similar to what the schools are doing with the COVID funds, they're buying vehicles. So could we use some of the COVID funds that we're getting? Since I know that we're getting a lot, we wouldn't have to pay interest and we could just pay this lease off in full. It solves 2 problems. One, I've been a part of many of these meetings and we've talked about how vehicles are falling apart. So that would solve that problem. And second, since it's a 7-year lease, if we pay it all up front, we would get 6 more years of benefit if we were to pay it up front, and we also wouldn't have to pay interest. So I just wanted to ask the question if that's possible, since the school is doing it with their COVID funds.
So can I add to that? So first of all, the COVID money, it's the regulations are not clear that we can buy dump trucks and et cetera, which is what this is proposing to do. This is out of the current budget that's already been budgeted, 200,000 in CIP. So it's already been budgeted. To not get this and hope that we can use and buy dump trucks, et cetera, under the COVID funds. What I've read, I didn't read in the Treasury regulations that this would qualify, at least the ones I read. So that's all I can say to that.
I also sat in a webinar on the guidelines for using COVID funds, and these would not be eligible because they aren't to defray the cost of impacts from COVID. And the rules are, I think, more permissive for schools than for the town.
Thank you. I can't. I'm very much interested in having that discussion later.
I think if the council were to approve this, if we were to get the bids, get the vehicles, and we were to be on the lease and later find out that we could use COVID funds to purchase them, then we could buy out the lease very easily. It keeps all our options open.
I too have heard from about 5 or 6 constituents, and they really don't understand the leasing program and how this may save us money. So I think a fuller discussion of leasing versus purchasing, whether we use COVID funds or something else, is due. What this is just allowing us to sign the agreement, the leasing agreement, correct? Not the leasing agreement, contract for a lease to own program. That's it, right? Okay. Because we still have more discussion on this lease versus purchase program that really needs to take place. Mrs. Shockley?
Thank you. I may be one of those residents who's having trouble understanding. So unlike a lease, if I were to go lease a car, I wouldn't be turning it in within a few years to get a new one. This is something that now would be our vehicle.
This is the equivalent of a municipal car loan on a dump truck.
Okay, because that's what it sounds like. So in the end, we do own it. So it's not as if we're constantly getting new equipment.
No.
Which is what I kind of saw as the positive of a lease, is that maintenance that we have for older vehicles kind of
Hold
goes
that
away.
thought for the next meeting when we discuss the enterprise fleet management program to turn over our cars and trucks. That's going to be more along those lines to replace all of our really old small vehicles.
Okay.
And that will still be a kind of a capital purchase where we own title throughout, but the lease just allows us not to have to pay all the capital cash out up front. So rather than paying $30,000 for a new car, we're just going to pay $6,000 a year for a few years and then sell it.
Okay. Also, even though we haven't chosen which vehicles we are going to purchase yet, I'm assuming it's going to happen soon, as we've already said what we think our yearly payment is going to be.
Yes. Well, the payment's based on assuming we take the full line of credit. That's the maximum payment.
Okay. That makes sense, because I was trying to figure out how if we don't have vehicles, we already know what our vehicle payments are going to be.
Point of information, Councilmember Shockley, the synopsis that Mr. Marsh shared on May 20th says which vehicles will be purchased in which years and how many. So I don't know if
It's just, no, I appreciate that. It's just during this discussion, we seem to be saying we're going to be putting out dealers. It's not quite so specific.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I really appreciate that. And I had read that as well, but
Can I?
Yeah, I guess.
I'm sorry.
Mills does have a clarifying comment.
Yeah, Miss Kimberly, can I just clarify, because I think people, folks might be getting this confused with the leases for vehicles. This is, like the town manager explained, this is to open up a line of credit, but it's for bucket trucks with a 550 chassis, it's stake bods, it's new dump trucks, it's firefighter 6-wheel dumps. The catch basins, these are not something that you're going to get into like a fleet enterprise, which Ben Marchand is going to talk about in a later date on the leasing program for vehicles that are standard vehicles. These are heavy duty equipment that is typically, you're not going to swap out. These could probably last, 10 to 20 years minimal. That's what this is regarding.
Right, to be capital. No, thanks. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So, Ms. Mills, this is not a program in which, say, after X number of years, we turn in this vehicle and we get a new one in its place.
Exactly.
Which is what people think about when they think about vehicles. They're thinking about leasing cars versus this lease program for a truck. So I think we need to just explain this a little bit better in a future meeting in more detail. Any other questions? So this basically is approving a line of credit as it is stated in F1. May I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Thank you. May I have?
I'll second the motion.
Thank you. Any additional discussion? Madam Clerk, roll call vote.
Jennifer Ludwig,
Yes.
Jamie LeBlanc,
Yes.
Hillary Lima,
Yes.
Jennifer Ludwig. Oh, I called her, I'm sorry. Kimberly Shockley,
Yes.
Ann Dixon.
Yes. 5 yeas, no nay. The motion passes. Thank you. Item F2. Madam Clerk, would you read the resolution, please?
Resolution to appoint town moderator for the town financial town meeting to be held on June 8th, 2021 at 7 p.m. via Zoom.
The town council is nominating Jane Grisenda, Esquire, as moderator for the annual financial town meeting to be held at 7 o'clock on June 8th, 2021. May I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Thank you. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Is there any council member who wishes to excuse herself or himself?
Yes.
Okay. Madam Clerk, please note that Ms. Ludwig is excusing herself, recusing herself. Madam Clerk, roll call vote, please.
Jennifer Ludwig, I'm sorry. Jamie LeBlanc,
Yes.
Hillary Lima,
Yes.
Kimberly Shockley,
Yes.
Ann Dixon.
Yes. 4 yeas, no nays, 1 recusal. The motion passes. Congratulations, Miss Jane Grisenda, Esquire. You will be our moderator on June 8th. Thank you. Madam Clerk, please read agenda item F3.
Resolution to approve the ballot language and design for the all-day referendum on the 2021-2022 town budget, which will be held on June 10th, 2021, 7 a.m. to 8 p.m.
Mr. Gorham, would you please speak to this resolution?
I don't have this resolution in my packet. It was never sent. So I really can't address it.
I don't have the resolution in my packet either. Does anyone else not have it?
It wasn't in the packet, but I sent it by email Saturday morning to the town council. I can forward it to Mr. Gorham now.
Are you able to screen share? Are you able to screen share for us?
Yeah, I can do that.
Mr. Gorham, while we're waiting for screen share, could you tell us what we're trying to do with this resolution?
I haven't seen it yet, so it's
okay.
So it's in the same format that I last shared it with you last week, but I'll screen share now so we can look at it together. Okay. Are you seeing?
Yes.
So we have on the left, you have the format of the ballot as it has been presented in the past, which includes the language of the resolution or of the ballot question and the appropriation of funds, but it also includes the tax resolution that in the past has been included on the ballot. In my conversation with Solicitor Gorham, we discussed that the tax resolution is really within the purview of the town council to pass at a separate meeting, and that we could simplify the ballot so as not to confuse voters with just the ballot question. And so it really is a question of tradition versus simplification as to which ballot the town council would like to adopt to proceed for the June 10th budget referendum. You're approving the same budget either way, or the voters would be, only with or without the tax resolution attached.
So what we're being asked to do is to approve the ballot for the referendum, asked to approve a shorter, more user-friendly ballot, which is the one on the right. And then this is what the residents would see in the reminder when it is advertised in the reminder. So they will see this shorter ballot. But it also means that at a next meeting, as a town council, we will have to impose the tax based on what happens at the referendum. We would impose the tax. So rather than, which is within our purview. So rather than have the voters see this entire ballot, which includes an agreement or an approval to impose the tax, we would be doing that portion of the work that we need to do. Mr. Gorham, any additional comments?
No, I think the town manager has addressed the issue correctly and adequately, along with you, Madam President. It does simplify the ballot. In previous years, the ballot has had pretty much everything on it. Because the council under section 3.14 has the authority to levy a tax, I think this way of proceeding with the financial town meeting is appropriate. It also, as the town manager indicated, really eliminates a lot of resolutions and legalese that I don't think people are interested in anyway, This gets right to the point, right to the numbers, and they only have to read one paragraph and they can vote.
Okay.
The rest of it is taken care of by the council.
Questions by members of the council?
I have a question.
Yes,
President
Mr. LeBlanc.
Dixon. On the simplified version, we are referencing Town Charter Section 3.14C. But what I'm confused about is that Section 8.18, Section C number 3 is where we talk about, in our town charter, the requirement for an all-day referendum to the electors, which are the taxpayers. My understanding was that the town council was responsible for coming up with a budget, approving a budget that is presented to the taxpayers. I feel like this conversation is trying to highlight that somehow we can circumvent the taxpayers, if we so choose, where our town charter specifically says we need an all-day referendum. So I just would like some clarity there.
I think you raise a good point that we should be referencing section 8.18C on the ballot, not 3.14. So that's just an error we can correct. And this does squarely place the vote on the budget in the hands of the voters per the charter. And the only difference is that the tax resolution would only be passed based on whatever the voters approve. And so it only makes sense that they can be separated and the town council would then adopt whatever tax levy matches what the voters approve.
Thank you.
Does that answer your question, Mr. LeBlanc?
Yes, it does.
Okay, thank you. I think Mrs. Shockley.
LeBlanc is right, and I also agree with the town manager. Oh, excuse me.
Okay, Mrs. Shockley, you have a question.
Yes, thank you. So often people, even after seeing the ballot, have had the question, so do I approve or reject? The wording's confusing, even in the shorter version. And even just a minor change, but could we say, shall the fiscal year 21-22 town school budget pass in the total sum of $111,763,164, and then do the rest of the question. But it's sometimes easier if the actual question is all at the front, because you're really asking, should we pass the budget, approve? And honestly, I think it should say yes or no. You're saying, shall we pass it? And then you're saying approve or reject. So I don't think the question and the answer match each other, and it confuses people.
Mr. Barron, comment?
Okay, I just want to just roll back for 1 second. I agree with Mr. LeBlanc is correct that it should say 818, but that's if you change the resolution to say, wait a minute, no. Excuse me.
Yeah, I think we need to.
The resolution as proposed says, subject to the town council adopting a tax resolution pursuant to 3.14C.
Didn't we already do that?
It's really backwards, because I think we're saying that the electors shall pass a budget.
Right.
And adoption of the tax resolution would be subject to the voters passing the budget, not the other way around.
So do you agree then that you might even be able to eliminate subject to the town council? I mean, this is
Yes.
about the budget. 818 is about the budget.
Yes.
And you could just say, in the total sum of $1,763,164.
Here, question mark.
As set forth below, as provided in Charter Section 8.18. That's it. And to address Councilor Shockley's issue, I think if I'm not mistaken, are you asking why do we even need the bullets below? Just put the
No,
number.
No,
I believe she's asking why we have to use the words approve and reject instead of yes and no.
Well, also the statement says, shall the budget pass? And so there's a question as to the use of the word pass in the statement in the ballot and the use of approve and reject as to check one only.
I think the council can word it any way they want as long as it's clear and unambiguous.
Okay.
and I think just this conversation has proven that it's not clear.
Well,
yes, sir.
President Dixon, just a point of clarification here. Section 8.18C3 specifically utilizes the words approve or reject, which is why I believe it's on the ballot the way that it is. Just wanted to clarify.
In that case, could we, instead of saying, I mean, it almost seems like should be saying, the town council proposes to adopt a town school budget in the total sum of $111,763,164. Do you approve or reject? Approve and reject aren't my problem. It's that the question and the answer do not match.
Because the word pass is used in the question, is that correct?
Well, because it's saying, shall we? It's yes or no
Asking a
answer.
yes or no
question.
And I think we could modify it to fit that statement that Councilwoman Shockley just stated, that the town council recommends the budget of 111 million, et cetera. Approve or do you approve or reject?
Could we also say, do you approve or reject the fiscal year 2021-2022 town school budget in the total sum of $111,763,164 as set forth below? So the question is, do you approve or reject? And then the fiscal year 2021-2022 town budget as set forth below, and then you have your full 4 bullet points. Would that work?
Approve, disapprove.
Yes.
I think it has to be approve or reject, Mr.
Yeah, approve or reject.
Well, I just read approve or disapprove.
You read approve or disapprove in what? C3?
This is C3, which I think Member LeBlanc read. But
818C3?
Yeah.
It was on the online version, Mr. Gorham, so if that one isn't up to date, but it specifically had said approve or reject.
The online version I'm looking at says approve or disapprove. Anyway, I think it's pretty clear if you chose either what approve would mean and what reject would mean, or what disapprove would mean.
My preference is for reject versus disapprove.
All right. Well, we've come full circle then. So, so what is the change that's being suggested?
I am proposing the following. Do you approve or reject the fiscal year 2021-2022 town/school budget in the total sum of, and then this is the number there, as set forth below, 4 bullets.
Are you making a motion?
I'm calling out a suggested change, and how does it sound to people before we make the motion?
I think that's fine.
Okay, then I will make a motion to change the shortened version of the ballot to, do you approve or reject the fiscal year 2021-2022 town/school budget in the total sum of $111,763,164, comma, as set forth below?
I'll second the motion.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion, we have a second. Any other discussion or comments?
Just one comment, Madam President. I think you forgot to say the word pass, or was that omitted intentionally?
It was omitted intentionally because the word pass is,
Redundant.
it's
Okay.
redundant. Not necessarily redundant, but it's not used below in the choices that a person has.
All right, thank you. Just making sure.
Okay, we've had a motion, we have a second. Any more discussion? Okay, and,
Question, because Councilman LeBlanc had mentioned this early, is it important to reference the charter provision as provided in 818?
Mr. Gorham, your decision on that?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Okay, are we ready for a vote? Okay, thank you all for your contributions, getting improved ballot. And then, let me see, okay.
President Dixon, just want to make a comment. The reason why I stated section 8.18, it's the whole reason why we're actually doing the all-day referendum. So I personally think it should be in there. It's the whole reason why we're doing what we're doing, but if you guys disagree, then so be it.
I'd like to keep it as short as possible. I think the more we put in there, the more confusing we make the question. So if it doesn't need to be there, I would rather not.
Yeah. Most
I
people,
don't think it helps the voter.
right. Most people have no idea what 818 is, and they probably don't want to,
Maybe could we bullet it I mean, I don't know, put a asterisk. I don't mind it being in there, Councilmember LeBlanc. I just would rather it not be part of the question. I think it just adds confusion to something that's already somewhat confusing for people.
I understand the reason for citing it, as long as we all know, and Mr. Gorham has told us that that is the appropriate section. As long as we know that we're doing the appropriate thing based on the charter, I'm okay leaving it out.
Madam President,
Yes.
I'd just like to second Mr. LeBlanc. I don't think it's such a heavy burden to keep that cited in there, and I think it shows that we're paying attention, and as a council, we're endorsing and moving forward with what our home rule charter is telling us to do and abiding by it. I mean, it sounds like we've already agreed we're going to go with the shorter version of the ballot instead of the one with the full resolution. So I'd prefer to keep that section in there.
Okay, Ms. Ludwig, comment about keeping this section in the ballot?
As the tiebreaker, I think we should put it in there. I mean, we've truncated this to exactly what we've asked them to do. We've made it easier to say, do you approve or reject? I feel like we've taken that step. I think it's fantastic that we're even having this conversation and not just putting forward any sort of ballot. But because we're talking about a specific piece of the charter that's allowing us to do this, referencing it seems to make sense. And I'm sure we're going to get some. So I'm sure I'm not the only person who gets questions on what gave you the authority to make this change, and it'll be right here, so we can reference it right here. So if I'm the tiebreaker, I'd ask if we could please also include, something to the effect of pursuant to Town Charter Section 8.18.
At this point, I don't think anyone's a tiebreaker, but that's a good thought. Mr. LeBlanc, thank you very much for your suggestion. Mr. Shockley, I believe you may, well, I won't say what you're going to do. So, Madam Clerk, will you, let's see. The resolution will now read, as we've discussed it many times, but it will also include, subject to the town council adopting a tax resolution pursuant to Town Charter Section 8.18C3. Is that correct?
No, because we're not talking about the tax resolution. So right after as set forth below, comma, as provided in the Town Charter Section 8.18.
8.1.
Point of order. I think we need to have
We need an amendment.
Motion, the previous amendment needs to be withdrawn. As we learned last meeting, we can't amend within an amendment, so I think we have to withdraw this motion if that's what the council.
Can it be withdrawn though after I've seconded it? or should we just vote down this amendment? Let's reject the amendment and then
If
put a
that-
new amendment forward.
I will,
Yeah, we'll just-
I will withdraw the motion. I will
yeah,
withdraw the motion. That takes care of that.
Thank you.
Okay. So now we need to have someone read the motion as it will appear on the ballot. Mr. LeBlanc, please do us the honor of reading it.
It's actually what Mr. Marchand just said. Shall the FY 2021-2022 town school budget in the total sum of $111,763,164 pass as set forth below, subject to the town charter section 8.18?
Can I just,
We don't second
can I rewrite the beginning? Do
Yeah,
you approve or reject?
Yeah, at the beginning, we did say, do you approve or reject?
Do you approve or reject? That's
Perfect.
Yes.
I have it captured.
Yes. Okay, excellent. I want to make sure everyone knows what the motion is. We now have a new motion. Mr. LeBlanc has made the motion.
Can I make a suggestion, please?
Yes.
It's really not subject to 818. It really isn't. It's the people's vote is not subject to anything. It's as provided in 818. This is the power
That's what I said.
provided. And I think the town manager did suggest that. I think that's just a little more accurate and a little more perspective. People are going to say, oh, well, what's this subject to 818? This is, they're going to, I guess the budget could still change. If you say as provided in 818, the people know this is their vote. And it's not subject to anything except whether it passes or doesn't pass. That's it.
Okay.
Make the amendment as Mr. Gorham just stated.
We now have a motion by Mr. LeBlanc. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Do we have any additional discussion? Sometimes the easiest things are more difficult.
Yes, as proven.
This is all for the good of all of us and especially the voters. It'll be very clear. This is what will be advertised in the reminder, posted, and on the ballot. Before we take the vote, we'll see the final motion. Okay, we all set with.
Is it still section C?
Yes.
I mean, okay.
Okay, Madam Clerk.
Jennifer Ludwig,
Yes.
Jamie LeBlanc,
Yes.
Hillary Lima,
Yes.
Kimberly Shockley,
Yes.
Ann Dixon.
Yes. 5 yeas, no nays. The motion passes. Thank you very much. And June 14th, we will then discuss the results of the referendum. And we will also hopefully be talking about the second portion of the ballot, which we have removed from the ballot. Okay, thank you. All right, public hearing. I would like to recommend, since we've been sitting here for almost 3 hours, that we would take a 5-minute break. And I recommend that we be back at 8:23. So please put yourself on mute and also close your video. And we'll be back at 5:23, 8:23. Okay, we are reconvened for a public hearing. May I have a motion to open public hearing?
Make the motion.
Thank you. May I have a second?
Second it.
Okay. Roll call vote. Please raise your hand if you're in favor of opening public hearing. 5 yeas, no nays. Thank you. Public hearing is now open. For each, we have 5 items under G. I've asked the town clerk to read each item one at a time. I'll then ask Mr. Marchand and Mr. Gorham to comment if they wish. Then I'll open up to the public for comments for the agenda item only. Then I'll ask for a motion, a second, a discussion by the council, and then a vote. And we'll repeat that process for each of the 5 items for public hearing. Okay. Any questions on what we're going to follow for a process? Okay, great.
Just a suggestion, Madam President, on item 3.
Yes.
Are all secondhand license renewals. You can do one public hearing for all five of them.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you. Madam Clerk, please read item G1.
Public hearing, transfer of Class B liquor license, new victualling, live show, entertainment, and pool table license, Austin Enterprises LLC, doing business as Wings Lake House Tavern, 2260 Flat River Road, to Lake House Tavern LLC, doing business as the Lake House.
Mr. Marchand, do you have any comments for this transfer of a license?
Yes, the license transfer has been reviewed by the zoning officer and police, and there are no concerns with this proposal.
Thank you. Mr. Gorham, any comments?
None.
Okay, we have a representative from from the Lake House. Would you please introduce yourself and your address, please?
Good evening. My name is Neil Austin. Did you want my personal address or the business address?
Business address is fine, please.
That is 2260 Flat River Road, Coventry.
Thank you. And just tell us briefly, what is the nature of your business?
Basically, I'm not changing very much from when it was Wings Lake House Tavern. I was the one who initially invested in Wings Lake House Tavern, as I own Wings on 5 in Johnston, Rhode Island. My ex-wife and I got a divorce. Everything was in her name for Wings Lake House Tavern. So basically, I was awarded the business back in court since I invested in it. And for the most part, it's just a simple transfer of license. So we're going to continue providing the same service. We're basically a takeout and full service pizza, wing, and miscellaneous burgers, ribs, different foods, liquor and beer for the most part. We're kind of a family restaurant / I guess, tavern at nighttime.
Thank you. I'd like to ask members of the public if anyone would like to make any comments about the transfer of this license.
Madam President, we have none at this time.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Shockley, question.
Hi, yes, thank you. And it's just a question about the form. Is there a fee? Because it gives a cost, but then it seems to cross the cost out. So I just want to make sure I'm reading that correctly.
Madam Clerk, would you respond to that, please? There is a line through $1,000. You're on mute.
There's no fee to transfer the license. They've already purchased a license. They're just transferring it.
Okay, that makes perfect sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, may I have a motion for the item G1, please?
I'll make a motion.
Thank you. May I have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Any discussion by members of the council? Additional comments? Okay, Madam Clerk, roll call vote, please.
Jennifer Ludwig,
Yes.
Kimberly Shockley,
Yes.
Jamie LeBlanc,
Yes.
Hillary Lima,
Yes.
Ann Dixon.
Yes. 5 yeas, no nays. The motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for being with us the entire evening.
Thank you, folks. Have a great night.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, please read item G2.
Public hearing, stock transfer of Class A liquor license, John W. Cabral and Howard J. Clift Jr., Crestwood Wine and Spirits Incorporated, 725 Tyoke Avenue.
Thank you. Mr. Marchant, any comments?
Same comments as before. There are no issues.
Okay. Mr. Gorham, any comments?
None.
Okay. Do we have any representative here from Crestwood Wine and Spirits?
Madam President, we do. I will bring that person in.
Thank you.
Sir, please state your name and full address for the record.
Good evening, Madam Council President and members of the Town Council. For the record, my name is Robert Murray. I'm an attorney with the firm of Taft & McSally, located at 21 Garden City Drive in Cranston. I represent Crestwood Wine and Spirits, and I'm here tonight with Howard Clift Jr. The matter before you is a stock transfer. Mr. Cliff Presley owns 49% of the stock of Crestwood Wine and Spirits, and he will acquire all the interest of Mr. Cabral in the liquor license and store. And we're here because that's more than 50% that is required under the statute. If approved, he will then own 100% of the stock of Crestwood Wine and Spirits. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Mr. LeBlanc, question.
On the application, down at the bottom, it says, does the applicant own the property? The answer is no. Is the property mortgaged? The answer is no. And is the property leased? The answer is no. I didn't know if you knew how the business is actually in that building. If they don't own it, there's no mortgage and they don't lease it.
Mr. LeBlanc, I apologize. To the best of my knowledge, it is leased. And if I had that in error on the application, that was my fault. And I am looking at it. You are correct. They are a tenant of the property, and I apologize for that confusion.
No problem. I was just wondering how the business was there. That's all. Thank you very much for answering my question.
Thank you.
Thank you. Would you please submit an amended application which has the property listed as leased for us? For the town clerk records, okay?
I will be happy to do that tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. LeBlanc, you have your hand up. Another question? Okay. Any other question by members of the council? Any questions by members of the public? I don't see any.
There are none, madam.
Okay, thank you. Do I have a motion for item G2 for the stock transfer?
So moved.
Thank you. May I have a second?
I'll second it.
Any more discussion by members of the council? Madam Clerk, roll call vote, please.
Jennifer Ludwig,
Yes.
Jamie LeBlanc,
Yes.
Hillary Lima,
Yes.
Kimberly Shockley,
Yes.
Ann Dixon.
Yes. 5 yeas, no nays. The motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for attending this evening. And good luck with the business. Agenda C3, Madam Clerk, this is reference pages 128 to 132. Madam Clerk, please read agenda item G3.
Public hearing, secondhand license renewal as per Coventry Code 147.7, Anthony Village Antiques, 658 Washington Street, Dee's Walk-In Closet, 820 Tyoke Avenue, GameStop Incorporated, doing business as GameStop number 3707, 672 Center of New England Boulevard, Sophisticated, 303 South Main Street, Jimmy's Junk, 664 Washington Street.
Thank you. Mr. Marchant, any comments?
Again, no concerns with this application.
Excellent. Mr. Gorin?
No comments.
Thank you. Are there any members of the public who would make any comments about the secondhand license renewals?
If anyone would like to speak, please raise your hand and I will bring you into the meeting. Madam Chair, apparently there are none.
Thank you. May I have a motion for item G3?
I'll make a motion.
Thank you. May I have a second?
Second the motion.
Thank you. Any discussion by members of the council? Madam Clerk, roll call vote, please.
Jennifer Ludwig,
Yes.
Jamie LeBlanc,
Yes.
Hillary Lima,
Yes.
Kimberly Shockley,
Yes.
Ann Dixon.
Yes, 5 yeas, no nays. The motion passes. Madam Clerk, please read item G4.
Public hearing, auto salvage license renewals as per Coventry Code 147.7. Russell L. Chattel, doing business as RC Repair, 625 Hammett Road. Capozzi's Auto Sales and Salvage Incorporated, 215 New London Turnpike.
Thank you. Mr. Marchant, any comments?
There are no concerns with this application.
Mr. Gorham?
No concerns.
Okay. Are there any members of the public who wish to make a comment about the public hearing for auto salvage license renewals?
If anyone would like to speak on either of these two applications, please raise your hand and I will bring you into the meeting. Madam Chair, as the others, there are no hands raised.
Okay, thank you. Do I have a motion for item G4?
Did we already do the motion?
I don't believe we did a motion. I'm going in some kind of order here.
Yeah, I don't think on this one.
No. Do I have a motion for G4?
I'll make a motion.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Any discussion, additional discussion by members of the council? Mr. LeBlanc?
On page 136 of our packet out of 206, there's essentially a memo from Mr. Crossman. And in the fourth paragraph, it says, the use of this property for salvage operations appears to have been the subject of litigation. And it references 2 court cases, but it just says, unfortunately, our planning department could not figure out what the outcome of those, the litigation was. But I just didn't know if Mr. Gorham, if you were notified of this and if you have any insight into what the litigation was.
I remember, I think it was in the application a couple of years ago that those 2 lawsuits appeared and there was an explanation of them. And I was satisfied that Mr. Chattel was entitled to the license because he is otherwise, this is for the license renewal. But the question I had was whether it was a violation of zoning. And I was satisfied that it wasn't because I think it's pretty well documented that this operation existed before the adoption of a zoning ordinance by the town, that is to say 1980. So it's heavily regulated by zoning for any expansion. This just gives him the authority to sell these used auto parts from his property.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the insight.
And I think the last sentence of Mr. Crossman's letter does state, is my understanding that the town council has approved this license for the last 15 to 20 years, and upon further review of the zoning enforcement files, there have been no complaints logged within the past year on this property. The department has also reviewed the spring 2020 RIGIS aerial photographs and have noticed a decrease in the number of vehicles on the property over the last 10 years. This department has no problems with the issuance of a license for this use.
Understood, President Dixon. I mean, reading the paragraph before the one that I read, it said that he had gone from 8 cars to over 80. And I just didn't know if that's what the litigation was. But just one point of clarification.
It's a good point of clarification, and I believe that I did ask that question when I first saw this application, and I did ask, have there been any recent complaints, and it was listed as none. But it's a good question. We always need to be looking after all of these details. Any other questions by members of the council?
I have a question.
Yes, Ms. Ludwig.
So, according to the memo that was referenced on page 136 of our packets, it says that there was salvage repair sales prior to 1981. So it sounds like this is not, there's no special use permit. What is it considered then? I guess is my question. What is this property considered?
It's considered an existing non-conforming use. So because it existed before the zoning went in, and the zoning essentially made it a non-permissible use in that zone, because it was already there, it was grandfathered in. So that's why it's existing and non-conforming to the new zone. So if the property were to ever change in use, it would not be allowed in that zone, and someone couldn't bring back an auto salvage thing to that property. As long as it continues as that use, it continues.
Just want to add so that Representative Ludwig could take some comfort. Legal non-conforming uses are heavily regulated under our zoning ordinance. You can't expand them. You can't change the use to another non-conforming use. You can make minor changes, but they typically have to be approved by the zoning board through a special use permit. So there's really nothing that they can change with an operation like this without some type of zoning approval. And as far as I can remember, going back about 7 years, the only thing he's ever applied for is a renewal of the same license, doing the same thing. And I think it's accurate. There haven't been any complaints. I believe the lawsuits that Member LeBlanc was talking about, those had to do with the Department of Business Regulation, who actually is the appellate panel for this license, and the Business Licensing Authority for the state. They review decisions of the town council. I think one town council denied him renewal of that license. He took it to court and won. Nonetheless, I just want to stress that does not supersede the zoning ordinance of the town and its status as a legal non-conforming use that is and can be fully regulated by the town in the future.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions by members of the council? Madam Clerk, roll call vote for item G4.
Jennifer Ludwig,
Yes.
Jamie LeBlanc,
Yes.
Hillary Lima,
Yes.
Kimberly Shockley,
Yes.
Ann Dixon.
Yes, 5 yeas, no nays, the motion passes. May I have a motion to close public hearing?
Make the motion. I'll second it.
Thank you. Second, any discussion? Roll call vote, please raise your hand if you're in favor of closing public hearing. Thank you. 5 yeas, no nays. The motion to close public hearing passes. We're now at agenda item H, public comment. If you wish to speak, please raise your hand, state your name and address when you are entered into the meeting. Your comment should be on the agenda topic, although other topics are allowed. If a speaker uses derogatory or insulting remarks or shows disrespect to any council member or staff member, and if on Zoom, the person will be muted by the administrator. And if we are not on mute, then the person will be asked to cease speaking. In general, comments have always been very, very respectful and very value added. Occasionally, we have comments which are disrespectful to members of the council or members of the staff, and we want to maintain proper decorum. Are there any members of the council, any members of the I think it's getting late. Are there any members of the public who would wish to make a comment at this time? We've had a very, very full agenda.
If anyone would like to speak at public comment, questions, concern, please raise your hand and I will bring you into the meeting. Going once, going twice, 3 times. Madam Chair, we have no takers.
Thank you. We were supposed to go back into executive session. Mr. Levis was supposed to be presenting to us. Is he available? Do you see him online?
Madam Chair, they are all waiting in that. I've already spoken to them, told and advised them that a couple of minutes ago that you would be a couple of minutes that you were finishing up. So
Okay.
yes, they are there. They are waiting.
Okay, thank you. Council members, may I have a motion to go back into executive session at 8:44 for the following purpose? Close pursuant to Rhode Island General Law 42465A2 pertaining to collective bargaining or litigation specifically for the council to discuss with Superintendent of Schools Craig Levis the status of the collective bargaining agreement, CBA, between the Coventry Public Schools and the Coventry Teachers Alliance Related Personnel, SRP Local 1075, covering the period 2020 to 2023. Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Thank you. May I have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Any discussion to go into executive session? Roll call vote, please raise your hand if you're in favor of going into executive session. Thank you. 5 yeas, no nays. Council members, please access the Zoom link for the executive session. Thank you.
Session, if I may add, session number 2, and then come back into this meeting after you're done, and I'll be waiting for you. Joanne, mute your mic.
Yep.
Good evening. Do I have a motion to adjourn from executive session at 10:17?
So moved.
Thank you. May I have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Please raise your hand if you approve the motion to adjourn from executive session. Okay, 5 yeas, no nays. Motion passes. To members of the public, the council met in executive session for the following: claims pursuant to Rhode Island General Law 42465H session pertaining to collective bargaining for litigation, specifically for the council to discuss with Superintendent of Schools Craig Levis the status of the collective bargaining agreement CBA between the Coventry Public Schools and the Coventry Teachers Alliance School-Related Personnel SRP Local 1075, covering the period 2020 to 2023. No votes were taken. May I have a motion to seal the minutes of the executive session?
Make a motion.
Thank you,
I'll
Madam.
second the motion.
Thank you. Any discussion? Please raise your hand if you're in favor of sealing the minutes. Thank you. 5 yeas, no nays. The motion passes. Do I have a motion to adjourn the meeting at 10:18 p.m.?
I'll make a motion.
Thank you.
Second.
Roll call vote. Please raise your hand if you are in favor of adjourning. Thank you. 5 yeas, no nays. Thank you. The motion is approved. We are adjourned.
Good night, everyone.
Thank you.
Everybody, thank you.
Night.
Bye.